Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Stephen. Hi, Dusty. Thanks, Stephen. Hi, Justin. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hi, James. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hi, Brian. How you doing? Hi, Ghost Rider House. Thank you for the cozy cryptids. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Skrilla. Hi, Lily. Hi, Marie. Hi, Megan. Hi, Possum. Yeah, well, guess what, Megan? After midnight, we still say Sunday here, so doesn't really matter. Feel free to write your story requests in all capital letters in the chat, and I'll write them down, and then we can vote. And it is Silly Story Title Sunday, so feel free to suggest silly titles. If you don't have them, that's fine too. I'll come up with them. Thank you, Khaleesi. Thanks, Deborah. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. My name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. If you guys could do me a favor while I'm writing down everybody's requests, could you please hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle with two arrows chasing each other. And it says repost, and that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. Also, Lady Rose, I think you have two of them mixed up. But thanks, Jennifer. I love the otter. Thanks, Eric. Mrs. Robinson, are you thinking the Flatwoods Monster? Hi, Jean. Welcome to the porch. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome to the porch. Welcome in, guys. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax and fall asleep. I did, Megan. How was your day? You're a insomniac, Megan? You can't sleep well, or are you a get up at super early person in the UK? Oh, so very ordinary. That's a funny title. That is really cute. Happy Sunday, just say an opinion. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate it. Hi, Amanda. Okay, Lady Rose. That's what I figured. That's okay, girl. I figured we're on the same wavelength. I knew what you meant anyway, to be honest. Jean, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Okay, guys, give me 1 second to set up the first poll with silly story titles. It just takes me a few minutes longer than usual. Sup, Dork? Hey, CJ. And then we will vote. Diana, we vote every night at 10:30, and then you'll know. But I'm going to set up the first poll with our silly story titles, and then we can vote. Be right back. Megan, I'm the same way. I don't sleep very much either, so I feel you. That's kind of what I figured. But I didn't know. Some people wake up at 4 a.m. and go running and stuff, So I was like, maybe she's one of those. I don't know. Never like to assume, But I don't judge if you're waking up at 4, if you're still up at 4. Fine with me. Hang out on the porch. That's a funny one. Also very ordinary. I like that one. Skinny kitty. Hi, Steve-O. I want a churro so badly right now. Hi, Brittany. Thanks, Steve-O. How you doing? That's what I was talking about, Scrella. I dropped that line just for you. Thank you, Lissa. Oh, I missed Daz's live earlier. Hi, Voodoo Daddy. Rich, I don't know who that is. Insult to injury. What are you talking about? Oh. Oh. Well, then do something about it, dude. Take care of it. Just, you know. Oh, okay. Rich, that's cool. Beefy. Beefy, that's a good one. Hi, Wookie. How you doing, cutie? Nature's oracle. Everything's gonna be just fine. Everything's gonna be just fine. My sister works at a divorce law firm, and it's gonna be just fine. They're nice. They're used to doing this. Everything's gonna be okay. Hi, Tommy. All right, you guys, I'm setting up the first poll, and then we can vote. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. Feel free while I'm setting up the poll to hit that share arrow and the little yellow circle that says repost with the 2 arrows chasing each other. That puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Oh, there's some corn. Faye, you're so cute. Exactly, Catherine. Exactly. You're so cute, Faye. Okay, guys, these titles are out of control, so just fair warning now. Aw, thank you, Amanda. Hi, Joe. Thanks, Amanda. Aw, thank you, Miss Mystic. Okay, you guys, the first pull is ready, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. All right. Oh my gosh, really? I love baby raccoons, Elizabeth. That's amazing. Oh, hi, Nana. No, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome in, guys. Who got stuck in the mud? All right, you guys. We have the first pull is ready. Oh, wait, hold on. They're waiting to approve it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Here we go. These are pretty bad. All right, we have WAP. WAP, WAP. We have Tin Twinkie Terror. We have Satan's Shortcut. Lonnie's dying already. Yeah, WAP. We have Satan's Shortcut. We have Whistle While You Twerk. And we have Mrs. Robinson Gets the Ick. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a little blue box. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. You're hanging with your roomies? Hello, Diana's roomies. We love your roomie. Who's it going to be, guys? We have WAP. Tin Twinkie Terror. Satan's Shortcut. Whistle While You Twerk. And Mrs. Robinson Gets the Ick. Squirrel. I love you too, Lonnie. Okay, we have one YT voter says Mrs. Robinson Gets the Ick, please. Oh, So Very Ordinary would like that one. And the Tin Twinkie Terror for Songbird. And Whistle While You Twerk for Oh So Very Ordinary. Thank you, Songbird. Nope, JT, we're voting. Rich. Justin, you know them all? Viola, you would be correct. Thank you, Miranda. And the winner is WAP. Mwah. I will be right back with WAP. And yes, I came up with that title myself. It's the first thing that came to mind. Be right back. Good job, Scrolla. You got it. Bring a bucket and a mop. Hi, Steph. I miss you. submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the door in the water. Oh, you did, Steph? Oh my God, I love you. Thanks. Thanks for sharing it with the fam. I hope they liked it. Ireland has a long memory for the things that live near the water. Rivers, lakes, tidal inlets, places where the land blurs into something deeper, have always carried their own folklore. Oh, I'm so glad, Steph. Oh, that makes my heart so happy. Long before written history, stories passed from village to village about beings that lived in those shifting boundaries between land and water. Some were said to be spirits. Others were described as ancient races that existed alongside humanity but rarely revealed themselves. And one of the oldest and most widely known among them is the Selkie. In Scottish and Irish folklore, Selkies are described as seals that can shed their skin and take human form on land. The stories appear in oral traditions, stretching back centuries along the Atlantic coast, particularly in places where fishing villages live side by side with the sea. But the legends don't treat Selkies like romantic fairy tale creatures. Most of the old stories carry warnings. They describe fishermen seeing seals, watching them from the water with an unsettling level of intelligence. Oh my God, Skrilla. They describe people who claim to encounter strangers along empty shorelines who seemed almost human but not. And the most persistent belief woven through these stories is simple. If a Selkie sealskin is stolen while they are on land, they cannot return to the sea. And some folklore describes human men hiding the skins and forcing the Selkie to marry them and remain on land. But the ending of those tales is rarely happy, usually resulting in the Selkie killing the human man, finding her skin, and leaving. No matter what life she's built on land, no matter who she leaves behind, when given the choice, she will always return to the sea. And the men who tried to remove that choice usually wound up dead. And in some stories, the sea takes something with it when that happens. The man's soul. I had been traveling along Ireland's western coastline for several days, working on a series about folklore that still lingers quietly in certain landscapes. The Atlantic coast of Ireland is the perfect place for that kind of story. Cliffs fall straight into cold gray water. Fishing villages sit exactly where they have for centuries. The wind carries the smell of salt and seaweed across miles of open stone. It's the kind of place where old stories don't feel completely separate from the present. Eventually, my route took me to Doolin, a small village perched along the coast, not far from the cliffs of Moher. Most visitors come there for the cliffs or the traditional music pubs. But a few miles north of the village sits a narrow stretch of shoreline that locals call the Seal Strand. That's okay. I hope you feel better, Kelsey. It's not marked on tourist maps and there's no sign pointing the way. It's just a rough gravel track leading toward the water. I found the place late in the afternoon while exploring the coastline. The Atlantic stretched out endlessly beyond the rocks. Gray waves rolling slowly toward the shore. A handful of seals were resting on black stone ledges near the waterline. They watched me quietly as I approached. Seals are common along the Irish coast, so at first, the sight didn't seem unusual. But the way they were watching me did. They weren't startled. They didn't slide back into the water like most seals do when people get so close. They just stayed there watching, following my movements with their eyes. Thank you, Stace. The tide was beginning to fall, exposing long stretches of slick rock that hadn't been visible earlier. Pools of seaweed collected, in crevices reflecting the dimming sky. I walked along the shoreline for a while, filming the seals from a distance and listening to the steady rhythm of the waves. Eventually, the animals slipped quietly back into the water one by one, except for one. It remained on a flat rock near the edge of a narrow inlet. A large gray seal. Its head tilted slightly as it watched me. The sun dipped lower, shadows from the cliffs stretched across the water. And that was when I noticed something strange along the far side of the inlet. There was a figure on the rocks. At first, I thought it was another visitor watching the sunset too. But something about the posture caught my attention. They sat perfectly still, barefoot. Long dark hair moved gently in the wind. I assumed they simply hadn't noticed me yet. The inlet was quiet except for the sound of waves brushing against the rocks, so I walked a little closer. And that's when the seal on the rock behind me slipped back into the water. The splash echoed across the inlet and the figure turned their head and looked directly at me. Her expression wasn't surprised or annoyed. It was almost as if she had been expecting someone to arrive eventually. She stood slowly and stepped onto the wet rocks beside the inlet. And that's when I noticed something else. There were clothes. They laid folded neatly on a nearby stone. And beside them something dark and heavy. Something that looked almost like a wet animal hide. For a moment, neither of us moved. We just looked at each other. the wind picked up, pushing small waves through the narrow channel between the rocks. The figure studied me with a calm, steady expression. And then she did something I still struggle to explain. She stepped directly into the water and disappeared beneath the surface without a splash. I stood there waiting for her to reappear. Seconds passed and then a minute, but the water remained perfectly calm. I walked to the edge of the inlet and looked down into the water. The tide had pulled away enough that the bottom should have been visible through the clear surface. But the channel dropped deeper than I had expected, and the water turned black just a few feet below the rocks. As I leaned closer, something moved beneath the surface, slow, rising upward. The gray seal from earlier broke the surface of the water, only a few feet from where the figure had vanished. It floated there quietly, looking up at me. And in that moment, the strange thought crossed my mind that maybe I was looking at the same eyes that had watched me from across the inlet. Skrill. The seal held my gaze for several seconds, and then it turned slowly toward the rock where the folded clothes still lay. I followed its gaze and I realized the hide was gone. Nothing remained except the pile of clothes on a wet stone and the sound of the ocean moving around it. When I turned back toward the water, the seal had vanished. Night was settling over the coastline by then, and the wind grew stronger, pushing the tide slowly back toward the shore. The inlet began filling with deeper water. I stayed there for a while, trying to convince myself that there had to be a simple explanation. A swimmer? A diver? Someone who had slipped away beneath the rocks? Yes, Skrilla, look, Steph's in here. Eee. But the longer I stood there, the more the scene replayed in my mind. The folded clothes, the dark hide beside them, the way the seals had watched me earlier, and the way the final one had surfaced exactly where that figure had disappeared. Eventually, I started walking back toward the gravel road. The last light of day had faded completely, leaving only the pale outline of waves against the rocks. Halfway up the path, I heard a sound behind me. It sounded like a voice, soft, carried by the wind, calling from the shoreline below. I turned. By now, the inlet was barely visible in the darkness. But something stood on the rock where the figure had been earlier. The wind shifted again and carried another sound across the rocks, another song. I stood there listening as the song echoed across the shoreline. And then another answered from somewhere out in the dark ocean. And then another. Several voices. The figure on the rock didn't move. It simply watched the water waiting. The tide continued rising slowly beneath the cliffs, filling the inlet, reaching the rock where the figure stood. And just before the waves covered the stone completely, she disappeared beneath the water, as if she had always belonged there. I stayed long enough to watch the tide swallow the inlet entirely, and then the ocean grew quiet again. The rocks vanished beneath the dark surface, and nothing remained except the sound of the waves and the wind moving across the cliffs. But as I finally turned back toward the road, one thought kept circling my mind. In all the old Selkie legends, the creature only returns to the sea after she finds her skin again. And if that dark hide on the rock had really been what it looked like, then the question that stayed with me wasn't whether I had seen a Selkie that evening. That wasn't the unnerving part. The horrifying thought to me was, who was the sick human being that took her skin? And where is he now? And that's the tale of the door in the water, also known as WAP. Also, that's my pets. That's me on the rock, and that's my pet seal, Curtis, just in case. Oh, Skrilla, you aren't mad. Thank you, Lonnie. Grab a bucket and a mop. No, Curtis as in Curtis Jackson, the famous philosopher. Give him a goog, Fairy Witch. You're young, you might not know who he is. You're welcome, Fairy Witch. I can't wait to hear what you think once you give him a goog. Let me know. Has a Selkie ever left a half-eaten grilled cheese on the rock? I don't know. I think they only eat fish. I don't know. I think they only eat fish. Selkies and sirens are different. But I have heard that sirens will leave a half-eaten grilled cheese places, but I don't know about Selkies. But a half-eaten fish sandwich? Probably. Yeah, that's how they lure dudes to the water. They're like, dude, boy, you want this grilled cheese? What'd that mouth do? That mouth eat grilled cheese? Grab a sailor and a rock. Oh, that's so good. Grab a sailor and a rock. That's really good, Skrilla. That's a good top tier. Top tier. Oh, thank you, Bryce, for the corgi booty. Yeah, come get this cheese, bae. Bryce, no, they don't eat corgis. Absolutely not. Oh, Lex lifts. I'm so glad. And yes, the new story premieres tomorrow. Lex, I'm honored I can help. That makes my heart happy. What sounds like a drink? Jade? Hi, Jade. Nice to meet you, Lexi. Hi, Lexi. Yes, there is a new story every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time live. We do a live premiere on my YT channel every Monday. And the only preview I'm going to give you guys is that it is once again folklore I grew up with. Like folklore I directly grew up around. Yeah, Lex. Yeah. That's okay, Brooke. They're not very long. Like in terms of like a live event premiere, they're literally like 15 minutes. So I totally understand that people sometimes can't make that window. Do you know what I mean? It's especially for people on the West Coast, it's like the middle of your day. Do you know what I mean? So not a big deal. I'm so glad, Lexi. That's the goal. No, Diana, I'm still live at 10 every single night. I just do the live premiere on YT at 7 for literally like 15 minutes. We just watch the video together and chat, and then that's it. It's like 15 minutes. Sometimes I'm not even home for the premiere. Sometimes I'm literally like in my car or like in the corner of TJ Maxx by the bathrooms, standing there for 15 minutes chatting on my phone. Not like that's happened or anything. Lonnie, you know what? That happens to me too. I put myself to sleep in broad daylight if I try to edit or listen to my stories with noise canceling headphones on. Like, I'm not even immune to my siren song. I will make myself pass out. And it's so hard to edit that I started having to use earbuds to edit instead of my noise canceling, like Bose cover the ear headphones, because I pass out. And like, I was like, I'd wake up, like it's only a 10-minute story. I'd wake up and I'd be like, wait, that's the end. And I kept getting, asked Jade, she remembers, there were mistakes in my early work because I kept passing out and being like, oh yeah, that's good. And what I would do is I would re-record lines if I didn't like it. So I would accidentally leave both in things. If you go back to some of my old, and you can catch it, I legit will say a line twice in several of them because I fucking remember Jade? Yeah, the early ones. I like made several, because I kept falling asleep. I kept making myself pass out while I was editing, and I had to get new headphones. I was like, well, I had to just start using my AirPods because I was using like and I was like, and I'd be like, I can't listen to this again. I've been through it 4 times. It's good. It's good. I can't make it through it without falling asleep. So I'd be like, we're good. And then on the premiere, I'd be listening and I'd like notice. You didn't know that's why, Jade? Yeah. You didn't know that's why? Because you know how articulate and you know how I am my attention to detail is crazy. The only way I would ever allow a duplicate line in is because I was literally fucking falling asleep. Like I was literally like groggy, like, you know, when you're driving a long road trip and you start to get sleepy at the wheel and you're like bobbing your head. That's what I would do. I'd be like bobbing my head like I was in school falling asleep. No, Jade. No, I'm a professional news reporter. No, dude, I hypnotize myself. Yeah, I literally put myself in a trance or something because I get real, like I'm still awake, but I don't remember any of it. I'll be at the end of the story and I'll be like, what? All right, guys. Anyway, you're so funny, Jade. Yeah, it is. It's so funny because a couple times my mom would be like, the only thing I noticed is you said the same line twice. I'm like, oh shit, again? Oh no. And then like I probably did it in like a handful of videos. And finally I was like, I can't do that anymore. Lexi, you know what? I'll tell you something. A lot of people think they hear a lisp when you speak to like your own voice. That's a very, very common phenomenon. And when I was in like broadcast school, all of us thought we had a lisp. And then I don't know why, it's like the way you hear your own voice in like a microphone, it sounds like a lisp, but like it doesn't come out like because we can't actually hear, because of the way our ears and throat and mouth are all connected. We actually don't hear our voice the same way other people do. Isn't that weird? Wilkins, Elon College? I didn't, but how do you know about that college? It's so random. That's what you're asking me, right? Yeah, Deborah, and I didn't know that either until I went to school and they told us that we all hate our voice. Yeah, no, okay. I was like, that's such a random college to know about. No, I didn't go to college there. I went to college a couple different places, actually. I bounced around. Oh, your acting professor told you. Okay, so then you probably do. But that's okay. A lot of people have a lisp, and it doesn't matter. Like, ask Kim. Kim, are you in here? How many of the paranormal investigators that we watch that have like 2 million subscribers, have a raging lisp? I can think of one right now, River, who's literally one of the most famous YT paranormal investigators, and Alton, who just bought the Conjuring house. Both of those dudes have like intense lisps, and they don't give a fuck, and it has not stopped them. Oh, you did a thesis on Gothic literature? Cool. So yeah, Lexi, I wouldn't worry about it at all, because I don't think anybody even cares about that anymore. I think it's just kind of like commonplace. Oh, hi, Laura. See you later. Yeah, it's cute. It makes you, it's just a unique way of talking. And here's a fun fact. Actually, let me make sure I get the fact right. I'm trying to pull it out of my brain. It was shit. It's like a past life thing. Hold on one second. Okay. So, John Glenn. You know John Glenn? The astronaut. His wife, Annie. He was also a senator, by the way. John Glenn was also a senator. His wife, Annie, had a major stutter. Okay? And she was the first woman to ever speak in a televised manner with a stutter. And she was so brave. Back then, women hid it. They weren't allowed. They were like considered, like, it's the way women have been treated throughout history is crazy, you guys. It's like, anyway, so women with stutters were considered defective, and they could be put in asylums just for having a stutter, because men didn't want to be around a woman that was not pleasing to be around and attractive and sexy and fun all the time. So if she had a stutter, you can literally admit a woman for having a stutter. And John Glenn encouraged his wife to do speaking engagements publicly for him and with him. And she was the first woman anybody had ever seen in real life with a stutter, because they hid them away, kind of like they hid people with handicaps or disabilities. They considered it something to hide away, which is insane. And so she was one of the first people anybody ever saw stutter. And guess what? She didn't get, yeah, I'm right, Lexi, yeah. And guess what? She didn't give $2. And this was back in the 50s when all of the other astronaut wives were like, you know, they were all like a little clique. And they encouraged her. And they were like, do it, Annie. And like and then she started like an advocacy for people with communication disorders. And she overcame her severe lifelong stutter in her age of her 50s. She overcame it in her 50s. So I just want to tell you guys, A, don't ever let what people think bother you at all. And B, you're never too old to change something about yourself or improve or evolve or keep growing, keep learning. So yes, I know. So check out Annie Glenn. She was my friend in a past life. She's awesome. And she was a really good person. Yes, we can nerd out for sure. I nerd out about a lot of things. Lexi, like a lot. But anyway, yeah. She was an inspiration, yes. And can you imagine like being that brave to where like no one had ever publicly seen a woman ever stutter? And she went on and as like the senator and her husband was like flying to space, and she is like talking to the world, because it wasn't just the United States. The entire world was watching the space race. And she was like, what's up? What's up? My name's Annie. And she didn't give a fuck. That's amazing. Uh-oh, Brooke. Yeah, she was an amazing woman. Absolutely. Don't even get me started on Betty Ford, because everybody always knows her for the Betty Ford clank, but like that's nothing compared to what she did. Like, she's a fucking icon. Gavin, I did know that. I also knew that Viking women were warriors. They were treated as equals in the Viking world. Which also might be why women find Vikings so attractive. Because nothing's more attractive than a man who isn't threatened by a strong, confident woman. Yes, shield maidens. They also believe in the Valkyrie, which is my wheelhouse. Skrilla. And the Valkyrie are basically a form of fae. A very badass one. That's so cool, Lexi. Actually, Gavin, I am Scottish pagan. But I am related to the Norse as well on my other side. But I know more about my Celtic side. Yeah, school. Okay. Thanks, Gavin. But they're so similar, just a little different. But I am still learning about the Norse side, but and I don't even really go with pagan as much because I'm not a big deity person, and there is people attach deities to that. So I don't even really know. Do you know what animism is? That's kind of where I'm at. And most people don't have any fucking clue what I'm talking about when I say that. But Oh, Lexi, that would be neat. I would love that. Justin, it's a Scandinavian greeting. Animism is basically it treats, okay, like the universe is an interconnected web of living beings. Not, I believe in like a universal energy spirit that both inanimate and animate objects are like, have a spiritual force. Like rivers, weather, rocks, plants, animals are all part of it. And you give it a Goog. It's very hard to explain, but basically it's nature-based without deities. Hi, Ghost of Hall. Yeah, it's called animism. Oh, thank you, Ghost of Hall. I appreciate that. And if you give it a Goog, it's not a common, I guess. I don't understand why, because it's to me just what I have known to be true my whole life. But yeah, check it out, guys. It's called animism. And it basically is the same belief system as the indigenous people. Most indigenous cultures believe the same type of thing. They didn't call it animism. You know what I mean? Like we have terms for things because not everything was exactly the same, and we have to fit things into categories and boxes. So it's probably not exactly the same as what the indigenous were practicing, but it's close enough. It's like the same idea. Does that make sense? And yeah. So it's basically like I believe that the entire, yeah, exactly, Brooke. Yeah, I believe the entire, everything is connected, and we're all living, we all affect each other, and I respect the river as much as an animal, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm not very good at explaining it, but... Oh, Gavin, you did. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. That's a hard one to do, but if you do a little research, you will find that they're not as different as people think, because most of the Christian things were actually taken from pagan practices by Constantine and turned into Christian things to get pagans to convert. So they're not as different as everybody likes to believe, and they have absolutely nothing to do with the devil, which I don't know where the hell people got that. But like Catholicism is like witchcraft 2.0, dude. They are literally very close, but they just like to be the, you know, they if you take the old deities from one and demonize them when you're building a new religion, it's easy to convince people that the old ways are primitive and savage and terrible, and you know, and that's kind of what they were doing. It's all marketing. Yeah, Lexi, exactly. When people think tarot's demonic, I'm like, you know, tarot was actually invented by the Catholic Church. It's Catholic. So, you sure? And so, yeah. Well, and what I believe is... Skrilla, yeah. The devil's like, well, I'm not even involved. No, but what I actually believe is like animism, what I believe, those energies, like elementals, it's all vibration. And I think it'll present itself to people all around the world because of vibration. What you manifesting, it's all vibration. So it will present itself to what you believe. And I know that sounds crazy, but if you were raised Catholic, then a spirit guide, have you noticed there's a lot of TikTok witches that claim to have a direct connection to Archangel Michael? Archangel Michael's a hoe. Damn, he's hitting up these TikTok streets for these pretty witches. But what I believe is the energy will manifest itself to the person that needs that message or the energy. Kim and I always talk about how Archangel Michael's a hoe, and in whatever their belief system is, and that makes sense because across the world people came up with these same concepts, but totally different things. So like, if you believe in Catholic stuff, you're going to see archangels. If you believe in, whatever you believe in, you're going to see something different. Does that make sense? And I think it kind of is just, it helps. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is it's still the source. Whatever you believe the source to be is still putting those things, that energy and that frequency around you. That's so cool, Tracy. My sister does too. Yes, exactly. See, DJ, and that's what I was saying is I think all religion, whatever religion we claim, they're all pretty much the same. And that's what I'm saying is like, whatever belief system you have, the source is showing up as that for you. And so I don't really think they're that different at all, because they will present themselves as what you believe because they're matching your vibration. Does that make sense? Oh, Archangelo, no, I don't care. I love you. I don't care about You're so funny. Hi, Moon Goddess. Yes, and tarot combines, you're right, several different religions. And I think they're all so similar. Like the 5 pillars of Islam are so similar to the 10 commandments. It's like once humans corrupted what they made man-made religion, and they started making rules, and they started making you had to pay tithings, and you had to, all that other shit to control people. That's not the true. We all know the true way to be a good person and live, you know what I mean? And I think that's the same across the board. The rest of it's kind of just man-made. So whatever you call source, I think we all know how to act and how to feel. And I think the rest is just kind of ritual, Ritual. That's amazing, Tracy. That is so amazing. Oh, Exmo, you just had a good date with a gentleman? You told him you were stressed about the dinner date today, and he said, let's go to a spa tomorrow? That's cute. Congrats. She said it feels good to meet a gentleman. That's amazing. You guys, I just found out that one of my best friends died today. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. My ex-fiance tried to call me during the live, which is really weird because we don't talk anymore. I haven't talked to him in like 2 years. And I was like, what the fuck? Maybe that was like a butt dial. So I ignored it. And then my best guy friend from high school just texted me and said, I am so sorry to hear about her. If there's anything I can do, let me know. So then I just Googled it because she is in fact a famous actress. And you guys, Hayden Panettiere died, and she was one of my best friends for like all of my 20s. And I'm honestly shocked right now. I'm sorry, but she was one of my best friends. And I'm just like totally in shock. I'm so sorry. And her brother just died like a couple years ago. So this is just tragic. I'm sorry, guys. I loved that girl. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna set up the next poll and then use those 2 minutes to collect myself a little bit. Tracy, I just found out that one of my best friends died today, and they aren't saying how, and I really hope she didn't take her own life. Anyway, I'll be right back. Yes, I'm sorry, Dennis.
And I know it's really weird to a lot of you guys that she was one of my best friends. But I used to live in Hollywood and I had a totally different life a long time ago. And yeah, we did our 20s together. But I'd rather be here with you guys than crying by myself in my room. So thanks, Sun and Moon. And so I'm going to set up the next poll and we'll push on with I'm in shock too, Lexi. Kim, I'm okay for now, I think, but we'll see how it goes. I just had to text Taylor, the girl I'm going to see in Tahoe, because she was also, like, we were all friends together. I know. Yeah. I know. And her birthday was, she was a Leo. She didn't even make it to the next birthday. That's crazy. Anyway, I'll be right back. Guys, can we fill the chat with some keywords not about that, please? I would appreciate it. Some spooky keywords and stuff. Because I try to stay off the radar as one of her friends, and I don't need a bunch of shit heads coming in here or something. You know? Thank you. Drake, did you just say Skype? I love that. The first person to make me laugh, thanks. That's so funny, he said Skype. That's the most random keyword I've seen. I love it. That's such an old school fucking word. That's like a major past life. I haven't heard that word since my past life. Thank you, Drake. That did it. That did it. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long ass time. And Kim said, does McDonald's have a bank? Does McDonald's have a bank? I can't. Right, Jade. Scythe is just such a funny word that I haven't heard about. No, not Skype. He said scythe, which is like an ancient term for the farming tool that the Grim Reaper uses. That's why I can't stop laughing. It's the most obscure word to know. Yeah, it's a great one. That's why I started laughing so hard. Skype with a Skype. That's good, Rich. Sorry, guys. When I cry, my voice changes, so it's probably not going to sound the same tonight. But whatever. Oh my god, that's so cute. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, it's whatevs. Exactly that. I have got to top all the tall puppies. Drake. All right, I'm setting up the poll. Uh-oh, you guys, I think Lorraine's asleep. I think Lorraine might be sleep typing. Sorry, you guys, Taylor's just texting me and she had not heard either. So, we're all just like, I don't know. I hadn't seen Hayden in a long time, but she was a really big part of my life. Okay, guys, the poll is ready. And I decided that I can't think of funny names right now. So I'm just gonna use the most random fucking names that don't have anything to do with the title of the story. And you guys just have to guess. Too bad. And some of them are going to be making sense, but the last two are just quotes that I felt like using, and you guys won't know what stories they represent. Okay, I think it'll be fun this way. We have Mrs. Robinson Gets the Egg. We have The Tin Can of Terror. We have Whistle While You Twerk. We have Sir, This Is a Wendy's. And we have Seahorse, See Hell. Okay, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. You can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. Who's it going to be, guys? And mods, could you please explain to people that I'm not sick? Thank you. Oh, that's a good one, Lady Rose. That'll be on the next poll. That's okay, Live, Laugh, Love. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you guys for the otters. Thank you, Mac, for the cute little rocket. Amanda, thanks for the hand hearts. Justin, thanks for the otters. And Skrilla, I almost texted you back. I was like, no, that's okay. You know, and then I was like, no, okay. Yes, I will accept your help. Hi, Mommy Chula. Welcome in. I just met Mommy Chula today at Kohl's. Dropping off Amazon returns. Then I grabbed a shoe. And she's amazing and beautiful and so nice. And Mommy Chula, I just found out one of my friends passed away on my live. So my voice is a little scratchy because I was crying for a few minutes. But we're going to move on because I don't want to be crying alone in my room. So I might just stay live all night so I can avoid having to deal with these feelings. So the winner of the poll is Whistle While You Twerk. Thanks, Mommy. And Whistle While You Twerk, and it's Silly Story Title Sunday, so those are not the normal story titles. But I just thought I'd make them fun. So Whistle While You Twerk won. Right, Diana? Yeah. It's like moments like this when it's super hard to be alone. Thank you, Bed of Dust. Thank you, Riverman. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Bisbee. Those are so pretty. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much, Dennis. You're so sweet. Thank you, Punky. I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Raver. I just did like 17 sprays of Flonase, so hopefully we'll be okay. Wait, Dennis, you can't see the chat? And you guys, the YT chat is so cute. You guys are so sweet. When I said, can we put some keywords in the chat, they did it over on YT too. You guys are so cute. Thank you. I don't think you even have to do that on YT. I don't really even know how their algorithm works, but you guys are the best. Thank you. And thank you, Maria. Thanks, Punky. And MXO, thank you for the hiding. Those are cute. I'm just catching up. Oh, I get what you're talking about. Yeah. I get what you're saying. He was talking about he can't see who I'm talking to. That makes sense. I wish there was a way they could. That would be so cool if we could like merge. Okay, I'll be right back with Whistle While You Twerk. Thanks, DJ. When it's like, you know that feeling when like people you haven't talked to in years start calling your phone? That was like, all of a sudden, I immediately thought, who died? Because I had 2 people call me in like a 10-minute period. And see, now my sister's messaging me. Yeah, my sister just messaged me. I'm gonna have to turn off my phone because I can't deal with this. Yeah, phone, text, do not disturb is on. All right. Thank you so much, Jules. Thank you, Miss Mystic. Millie, thanks for the otter. I love those bouquets. Thank you, guys. I love how they take up the whole screen and they like come together and fill it out. Oh, just saying, in my opinion, I just got news that one of my best friends for a long time passed away today. So, sorry that you fell asleep and just woke up and missed it. No, it's okay, Nikki. It's the middle of the night. You know what I mean? It's midnight, so I don't want to deal with it right now. I just turned off my notifications, and everybody's just trying to let me know, but I already know. So I don't need like the 16 more messages I'm gonna get. You know what I mean? I already know now. So that's done. Thanks, guys. Be right back with Whistle While You Twerk. And when people come in and ask if you guys could help field their questions, I do not want to keep repeating it all night. That would be great. Thanks, Songbird. Oh, you woke up because you could hear me crying. I'm so sorry. I usually cry in my car or the shower where no one can hear me. And yes, if you guys could do me a favor and hit that share arrow, that would be great. And there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Hello, Reverend. Hi, Rochelle. Also, thank you to everybody who's tapping. You can also unpost and repost if you would like. And sharing to your stories, sharing to your friends. Punky says definitely shower crier over here. Yeah, then you can clean up and move forward. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It feels the best to let it clean it away. That's exactly right. Thank you guys, and I'll be right back. And I'm so sorry to hear that, Beefy. It doesn't even seem like it's been a month, Beefy. It seems like it was so soon, so recently. Plus, the copy paste doesn't really help because it doesn't get new people in here. It just tricks TikTok. I'm not trying to trick TikTok. I'm trying to get new people in here. Share it with the people you know. Right, Jade? Time has gone by really quickly. And yes, Matt recently lost his mother too. I'm sorry, Tracy. Thank you, Sandy. That was so cute. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Scott. That's exactly why I'm not ending the live, Elizabeth, because for those of you on YT, she said, it's nice how people can come together and share their grievances. We're never alone. I have had over a dozen porch pals come into my live the night that they have lost their spouses, their parents, their siblings, their children. And I'm not exaggerating. Like 6 of you are in here right now. And you came to my live the night you lost those people. And I was there for you. Right, James? Right, Matt? So, you guys can be there for me. You don't have to be okay to be here on the porch, including myself. So, I'll let you guys love me, because all I do is love on everybody else, and right now I could use the love. So, I will accept it. And I will not be an avoidant. JD really did, and I'm so proud of you. Dumb luck, that is true. Thank you, Sick and Tired. Rick, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Yes, Kim, love you so much. Oh, Matt, love you. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of Whistler's Hollow, also known as Whistle While You Twerk. Thank you, Kendi. I believe it, Matt. I never believed in curses. Not until I worked the ridge above Whistler's Hollow. That's what the locals called it. A narrow gorge buried deep in the mountains of southwestern Virginia, where the old mines clawed into the hillside like open wounds. Thank you, Ellie. The name came from the sound the wind made when it cut through the empty shafts. But some swore the noise wasn't wind at all. They said it was the men who'd gone in and never come out. Yes, Courtney, thank you for letting me know. Hi, Tommy. Welcome in. I arrived there in early autumn, when the leaves had just begun to turn copper and rust. I was a surveyor for a small environmental firm out of Roanoke, Virginia, sent to assess groundwater contamination near several abandoned coal mines. The land had been bought up by an energy company, planning to redevelop the area into a reservoir. And my job was to test the streams for heavy metals and report any hazards. Shay, I literally say the title at the beginning, and I say submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. I do like a whole intro, literally. The land had been bought up by an energy company planning to redevelop the area into a reservoir, and my job was to test the streams for heavy metals and report the hazards. My good friend Stevie lives in Virginia, and she loves outdoor adventures just as much as I do. So she accepted my invitation to join me on the trek. Thank you, Riverman. I love that otter. It was only supposed to be a week of work. The first 3 days went as expected. Long hikes through brush-choked valleys, scrambling over rocks slick with coal dust, setting up water samples near the old tailing piles. The place had a forlorn beauty to it. Steep forested slopes broken by the black mouths of forgotten shafts, their timbers rotting, their air cold as cellars. On the 4th day, the weather turned. We woke to the sound of rain hammering the cabin roof, steady and relentless. Thank you, Riverman. I'm so sorry to hear about yours, too. The air smelled of wet iron and pine. Our equipment was packed and ready, so we figured we'd brave it anyway. Stevie loaded the truck as I grabbed my maps, and we headed toward the ridge, where the oldest workings were marked. By noon, the rain had slowed to a mist, though fog clung low to the trees. The road ended at a rusted gate half buried in kudzu, and from there, we had to hike. The path was barely visible, just a thin cut between ferns and wet stones. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, just the drip of water and the occasional groan of branches shifting under the weight of the mist. Holly. We followed the old mine marker. We followed the old mine markers. They were iron posts, nearly consumed by moss. And when we reached the mouth of the main tunnel, we paused. It yawned out of the hillside like a throat, its edges black with centuries of soot. The timbers around it had collapsed long ago, leaving only a crude arch of stone. A cold draft flowed out. It smelled of sulfur and decay. And that's when we heard it. A whistle. Soft at first, almost human-like. Someone trying to catch our attention from far away. Three short notes, rising slightly at the end. We both froze, straining to listen. The sound echoed faintly down the shaft, and then faded into silence. "It's probably just the wind," Stevie muttered. The name Whistler's Hollow had to come from something like that. Air pressure changes and shifting timbers. Easy explanations. Still, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I decided to just set the first sampler near the entrance instead of going inside. The readings would be good enough from here, right? As I unpacked my gear, Stevie noticed weird footprints on the ground. They looked small, and then the whistle came again, this time from behind us. I spun around, inadequate flashlight cutting through the mist. Thank you, Kim. But there was nothing there. Only trees slick with rain. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the fog thickening until the path vanished entirely. I don't know why we didn't leave then. I guess we were curious. Maybe pride. Maybe because I needed the money. Whatever the case, I packed up my sampler and, for reasons I still can't explain, I stepped into the tunnel. The temperature dropped instantly and my breath turned to vapor. Water dripped from the ceiling in a steady rhythm, each drop echoing like a clock tick. The beam of my inadequate flashlight picked out rusted nails, half buried in silt, and old wooden supports scarred by pick marks. The air smelled wrong. Not just of rot, but like a cellar sealed for 100 years. We went maybe 50 feet before we saw movement ahead. A flicker of light, bluish white. Thanks, Holly. Aw, that's so cute, thanks. And thanks, Pixie. It looked like a lantern. It bobbed once, twice, and then it disappeared around the bend. "Hello?" I yelled, instantly regretting it as Stevie shot me a classic bruh look. There was no answer, only the sound of the distant whistling. We followed the glow deeper. The tunnel widened into a cavern lined with veins of coal that glittered faintly when the light passed over them. In the center stood an old mine cart, half full of water, and beside it something else. A leather boot, half sunk in the mud. The toe was ripped open, and inside I could see bone. Then the whistle came again, louder this time. I whipped my light toward the sound, and I saw a figure crouched on the far side of the cart. At first I thought it was a man, but the proportions were wrong. Its arms were too long, and its narrow torso looked weird, and his skin looked gray. Its face was hidden by dangling wet hair. I could see its mouth, wide and jagged, and teeth too sharp to be human. Thank you, Scream Queen. Thanks, Daza. It tilted its head, and from its throat came that whistle. We backed away in disbelief when my boot slipped in mud and I went down hard. My inadequate flashlight flew from my hand and rolled toward the creature, the beam catching its eyes. Thank you, Kendi. Pale, lidless, and then it shrieked. The sound cut through me, sharp enough to blur my vision. Stevie helped me scramble to my feet and we both ran. Thank you, Nikki. I love that. It was hard to keep our footing, tripping over nails, and Stevie smashed her shoulder against the wall. Behind us, we heard the scrape of claws on stone and the echo of bare feet slapping wet rock. Oh my God. It was chasing us. The tunnel twisted endlessly, yet somehow we made it back to the entrance. We burst out into the storm, the rain pelting our faces. The fog was now glowing with a strange silvery light. I didn't look back, I just followed Stevie down as fast as we could. By the time we reached the truck, my hands were shaky. I could barely start the engine. And when I did, the headlights flashed across the slope. And there it was again. The figure stood at the tree line, unmoving, just watching us. The rain passed through it, as if it was made of mist itself. And for a moment, I saw others behind it. Faint shapes of men in old miners' caps, their eyes glowing faintly blue. Then everything blinked out at once, leaving only the trees. We drove straight back to town and checked into the first motel we could find. That night, Stevie said she dreamed of tunnels that went on forever. When morning came, we packed our equipment and drove home without even filing the report. I looked it up when I got home. I didn't find anything, but when I mentioned it to an offhand retired miner during another project a couple weeks later, he told me that during the 1930s, there had been a collapse in one of the shafts. The very one I had entered. Dozens of men were trapped inside. Rescue crews worked for days, but when they broke through, they found no bodies. Only tunnels filled with fresh coal dust and the sound of faint whistling coming from deeper underground. They sealed the mine after that, but the whistling never stopped. People heard it drifting through the hills for years. They said those miners were still down there, changed by the weight of the earth and the hunger of the dark. I still hear it sometimes on quiet nights. When the wind settles through narrow places, it finds that same rhythm. And that's the tale of Whistler's Hollow. And just a reminder to people who come in and ask the name of the story, I always say the name of the story at the beginning and at the end. So just literally wait until the end and I will announce it. I do that every single story. Thank you, Gage. Thank you, Drake. Well, I hope I can help you sleep, Gage. Welcome in, everybody. My name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Thanks, Buster. Hi, Aldo. Welcome to the porch. Thanks for the follow. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. I apologize, my voice, if you are new. I found out one of my friends passed away on the live about a little bit ago, and I was crying. So my voice is a little stuffy. It will clear up soon, and sorry about that. We're going to press forward. I'm going to set up the next poll so you guys can vote for the next story, and I will be right back. Happy Sunday. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate that. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you so much, Millie. Thank you so much, Millie. I really appreciate it. Love you. Love my witchies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Winter. Love ya. I know, Matt. I'm so proud of you. You said you'd start trying to make it to them, and you have. And I'm so proud of you. Also, just a reminder, it's Silly Story Title Sunday. Thank you, Buster. And I've decided that for the rest of the night, The story titles will have absolutely they will not be pertaining to the stories at all. And you guys just have to guess or pick the funniest one. I think that'll be fun. And then you guys will have no idea what story it is. And I don't have to try to think of clever things right now. Well, my brain is not willing to do that. So, what do I know better than anything? Rap lyrics. So guess what, guys? All the titles are gonna be rap lyrics. Be right back. All right, you guys. Here we go. Rap lines, rap lyrics, story titles. You guys ready for this? I know, Lovely's like, I'm not gonna know shit. Okay, we have I'm round and I'm getting it. It's mine, I spend it. We have my roof back. Okay, we have attached to your girl like a JPEG. And then we have, sir, this is a Wendy's, which is just the wild card one. That's whatever the fuck I feel like it. And then we have that fat rabbit. Okay, there you go. Those are the story titles. We're off the rails tonight. So we have, I'm round and I'm getting it. We have my roof back. We have attached to your girl like a JPEG. Sir, this is a Wendy's, and that fat rabbit. And if you guys are curious, it's 2 Chainz, Rick Ross, 2 Chainz, Kim, and Ludacris. It's mine, I spend it. It's mine, I spend it. My roof back, I'm circumcised. Oh no, Lovely. They don't pertain to the stories at all. I just literally picked lyrics. They don't have anything to do with the stories at all. Thank you, Matt. You like those, Jade? Just a saying opinion said, fat rabbit, that fat rabbit, please. Let me touch it. Let me grab it. Let me feel it. That fat rabbit. Punky says, I know none of these lyrics. Okay. I'm round and getting it is 2 Chainz. My roof back is Rick Ross. Attached to your girl like a JPEG is 2 Chainz. Sir, this is a Wendy's is Kim, my friend Kim. And that fat rabbit is Ludacris. Oh, you're making another joke? Let me look. Oh, I get it, Lovely. You're making a Skrilla joke. I get it. I get it. I'll check it. Aw, Skrilla, you're cute. Skrilla. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it, you're so fucking cute. Oh my god, you're so cute. You're so cute. I'm putting these on the next poll. He just sent me like help. He just sent me silly story title suggestions, and it was really cute. And they're really good. They're like really clever and funny too. All right. They're really good. I really like the Tesla one. And the deer one. These are really good. I'm definitely using these. He is so fucking cute. Jesus. Anyway, I'll be right back with Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yes, Salem, thank you. Do you guys think I should just block that word, that name for the night? Yeah, because people just keep. It's okay, Salem. I just finally got my nose not filled with snot, and I just stopped crying. And so I just can't have people continuing to come in here and saying that. Yeah. So, and a lot of people are aware that I was best friends with her. It was public information. So, give me 1 second to just do that, and I'll be right back. Thank you, lovely. I can't believe I just had to do that. I can't believe I just had to add her name to the block list. It's super weird. Anyway, be right back. Hey, Jade, are you still in here? Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Because that's the hardest part is people talk about it because they don't expect anyone around to be friendly. You know what I mean? It's definitely a bizarre thing. So thank you very much, lovely. I appreciate you so much. All right, now, sir, this is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. What do you think you're doing? Jade. Shots already fired by Jade. Lovely. Lovely. And Jade shots fired. Holly. I love you, Holly. Wait, what's not suitable for the porch, Lady Rose? Kim says, I feel like we got played. I told you guys that, sir, this is a Wendy's is the wild card, like an Uno. It's whatever I say. But you want to know the funniest part is I texted Jade just now, and because Jade's actually fucking here tonight, and I said, Jade, what do you want the wild card to be? And this bitch said Highway 66. She picked it. She picked it. But what's funny is I said that all of them are going to be my favorite rappers, and then I said, sir, this is Wendy's is my favorite rapper, Kim. Jade said, don't tell them. I had to, because they keep thinking it was my pick. Lovely said, Highway 666 is all of them. I'm like, no, Jade literally said, because she knows that Skrilla is making me happy tonight. And so she wants to run around the truck on all fours and scare us. But I did Kim. I was like, and this one's my friend Kim. I said, this is 2 Chainz. This is Rick Ross. This is 2 Chainz. This is my friend Kim. And this is Ludacris. I literally did. Millie said, ring around the Chevy. Thank you for making me laugh. Laughter is literally the best medicine for me. Yes, sir. This is a Wendy's. You're right, spooky, scary Sherry. All right. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Devil's Highway. Yeah, Kim, you knew. Yeah, she said, I say that so much to him in my lives. I knew that was what this story was. Well, and you say it to him in my lives. You tell him that in my lives too. You're like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Yes, Rich, not to be confused with the devil's lettuce. By the way, Kim, can I just tell you something really funny? One day, I was multitasking on lives because one of my friends decided to do a Thursday evening live. And I was, of course, in your live. And I had 2 phones in my hand, okay? One, your live, was connected to my earbuds. Yeah, Kim's the best. She rubs off on us in the best possible way. I am so grateful she came into my life. I love her so much. If I haven't made that already abundantly clear, which I have in like 2 stories. But anyway, so I have Kim in the earbud, and I'm like supporting my other friends live, and I just have the volume down a little bit quiet, but I'm tapping, and like reading the chat and stuff. But then I set down the phone that was in my hand that was Kim, because I can hear her. So I'm holding the other phone, and I like had to use my hand for something. I was outside in my backyard. So, oh, I love pickles. Yum. And so then I'm looking at I'm holding the other phone, and I hear Kim say something, and I want to respond with, sir, this is a Wendy's. So I type it into the other fucking lives chat. Out of nowhere. Okay, I'm like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Okay. Did you really, Jackson? No, you didn't. I'm obsessed with that. Okay, so I literally send, sir, this is a Wendy's, into the other chat. Okay? And some of y'all were probably in that live. And the host is a guy who's our friend. I'm not going to tell you. And he starts cracking up because it apparently worked for whatever like was going on in that moment. He was like, Devin, you're so funny, sir. This is a Wendy's, right? Right. And I was like, phew. And then I went over to Kim's live and I typed it in there. I was like, whoopsie. That's amazing, Jackson. I love it. Well, yeah, lovely. I don't really usually say that in lives. What? Like, what? Lovely's frisky tonight. Damn it, it didn't approve it. I tried to pin it. And Skrilla, not everything has to be spicy. I don't want spicy. I'm like as white as they come. I don't want my pickles spicy. Don't you dare make the gherkins are German, and by God, we don't make them spicy. So no, I don't want spicy pickles. I want normal pickles that are dill and delicious. Kim says, y'all got me cracking up. I didn't know I say so much crazy shit. Girl, one of the things you say, oh my God, I can't even say it on here. I think that's the one Lady Rose is probably talking about. And she tells it to her moderator all the time, her AI moderator. Yeah, sweet gherkin, graveyard shift, exactly. Hi, Travis. Hi, Travi. Yes, sweet, yeah, gherkins. You cannot, gherkins. Scream Queen, yeah, and I'm not a bland vanilla milkshake. I like the spicy flavor. I just don't like the level. Like, I love Indian food, but do I need it to be flaming? No, give me the mild. Give me the mild curry, please. Yeah, exactly, Gage. Spicy pickles? No. But are you talking about the giant ones in the bag, Skrilla? Oh, they have regular ones too? Ooh, okay. Then I try it. Are you talking about those really big? No, I don't like bread and butter. I like dill or maybe like garlicky. They're cut. Will you send me a picture next time you go? You'll be like, why is that weirdo taking pictures of bagels? Scream Queen said, I'm as bland as they come. That's okay. Yeah, the bread and butter. Thank you, Vanessa. Yeah. Why are they? And I love everything sweet, but not my pickles. The bread and butter ones are gross and weird, and I can't even. I've spit them out before when I've accidentally taken one. I'm like, ew, the fuck is this? Like, literally only. And you know what, Skrilla? I actually take it back. I don't know what I was talking about. I do like spicy pickles. There's a what's it called? Tony Paco's makes spicy pickles, and they're good, but only a little spicy. So I take it back. I was wrong. I completely forgot about Tony Paco's spicy pickles. Those are the only ones I like. I didn't pin it. I bet you I know who did though. Jade. Jade pins everything. So I take it back, Skrilla. I'll try this. I'll try your spicy pickle. Wait. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I watched a pickle eating contest once. Yeah, exactly, Vanessa. And only like a little spicy. And it's like they're mixed with your great uncle who pickles everything. Oh, Lord. What does he pickle? Yes, of course I remember the jumbo Vlasics. Vlasics are so good. But my favorite are whichever ones are in the fridge section. Is that Clausen? I can't believe that, Rich. My mom is the same way. Bread and butter's her go-to as well. Yeah, Clausen. I like the ones that are in the fridge section. Yeah, Kim pickles everything too. Kim hand makes everything. Kim's like I was in my Puritan life. Yeah, Tommy, we did say pickles. Tommy Pickles. Oh, that's cute. Loot box. Thanks, Tommy. I've never seen that. That's pretty. Thanks for hanging out over here, Tommy. I know. I need Kim as my neighbor too. Kim's like, I'm a ghetto homesteader. She really is. And it's my favorite thing in the world. I'm like, she's like, I don't know. She itches my Puritan. She itches that scratch my Puritan heart needs. Uh-oh. James corrected somebody on a pickle. I like the dill relish and throw it in my egg sandwiches. Yeah, I do too. I like dill relish as well. You're right, Vanessa. The deli ones that you put in paper bags are the best pickles. 1,000,000%. Vlasics are the mayonnaise of pickles. Kayla, me too. Are you kidding? That's where I live. That's why I was talking about Tony Pacos. Because I eat them. I eat their spicy pickle. They put them on the side of everything when I get food there. They give you a little side of them, and I eat them. Clausen is the best, lovely. That's so funny. Hello, fellow Toledo pet friend. Oh, she doesn't like it. Jade doesn't like it. She's just humoring you. She's just humoring me because I'm sad tonight. I don't think anybody can, Gage. Kim just made vegan Italian sausages. Also known as tofu turds. I'm just kidding. I just made that. Skrilla. Hi, Liv. Okay, enough pickle talk. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Devil's Highway. Good night, Vanessa. Oh my God, not Mr. Hanky. I knew it. I knew it. See, I knew it. Thank you, Miss Behaven. Thank you, Travis. Most people know it as Route 666.
the Devil's Highway. Technically, it no longer exists. In 2003, the stretch of highway running through parts of New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah was officially renumbered to US 491. Aw, thanks, Jane. The official explanation was safety improvements and route restructuring. But nobody who grew up around that highway believes that story. The old highway had earned a reputation long before the number changed. Truckers claimed they encountered a massive black sedan that appeared out of nowhere, driving impossibly fast before simply disappearing. Others reported being chased by a pitch-black vehicle with no license plate and no visible driver. Thank you, lovely. Thanks, Jade. There were stories of phantom semi-trucks that barreled directly toward oncoming traffic before vanishing inches from impact. The older stories came from people who lived near the highway. They described seeing cattle gathered silently along the roadside. Not grazing, just staring. Thank you, Bisbee. Entire herds standing perfectly still for miles. Others claimed to encounter unnaturally aggressive animals that refused to move out of the road. Ranchers occasionally spoke about livestock found mutilated under strange circumstances, feeding rumors that something darker wandered the desert after sunset. And then there were the stories that never made newspapers. People disappearing after pulling over. Abandoned vehicles with the doors hanging wide open. Drivers who insisted they had mysteriously lost hours of time on that road. Hey, Boj, if it drives you nuts, then read the stories yourself. Or go listen to the videos on my page and fuck off. How's that sound? If they drive you nuts, why are you here? Get the hell out of my life. And go read to yourself. Bye. Now, whether those accounts were true or not didn't really matter. Because Route 666 had become one of those places where every strange thing that happened was absorbed into its mythology until the road became an entity itself. Now, I have never even heard of the road until Ben, also known as Skrilla. He casually mentioned it to me because he knows that I love the spooky and unexplained. And as someone whose love for the open road runs deep, I knew I had to cruise that stretch of asphalt for myself. And I was hoping to drag Skrilla along with me. Neither of us really believed in cursed highways, but we thought it would make for a fun weekend. We crossed into northwestern New Mexico just after lunch. The landscape slowly emptied until there was almost nothing left except tan mesas, dry washes, weathered fences, and endless sky. It was beautiful. It always seemed like horror movies exaggerated how isolated places like this felt. But they didn't. You could drive an hour without seeing another vehicle, sometimes longer. Every now and then we'd pass faded memorial crosses planted alongside the road. 1 became 5. 5 became 20. By late afternoon, I had stopped counting. Ben finally pointed out what I had been thinking. There were an alarming number of memorials on this road. And the road itself was not difficult to drive. Long, straight stretches. Gentle hills, good visibility. Nothing about it explained why there had been so many tragedies on this lone stretch of road. Jane. Near sunset, we spotted what looked like a scenic turnout overlooking a shallow canyon. We pulled in to get out and stretch our legs. I immediately noticed the silence. There were no insects, no birds. Even the breeze seemed absent. It was just still. Ben looked over the edge of the overlook while I wandered toward a weathered fence running along the edge. And that's when I noticed the cattle. Jane. Maybe 30 of them spread across the desert below. None of them were eating, none of them were lying down. Thank you, Maya. Every single one of them was facing us. I pointed them out to Ben. He laughed at first. Then his smile disappeared. They weren't moving. Not one was flicking an ear. Not one was swishing its tail. It looked like someone had paused reality. We stood there for nearly a minute. Finally, Ben shrugged and headed back toward the truck. The moment his hand touched the driver's door, every cow turned at exactly the same time, like dozens of moonakins rotating together. Instead of looking at us, they were now looking behind us. Ben slowly lowered his hand from the door handle and turned around. But there was nothing. So I ran back over to the overlook and I looked down to see that all the cattle were gone. You like that, Jade? Moomikins. The entire field was empty. What the actual? Ben came running back over to me, firmly grabbed my hand, and very sternly said, "Devin, respectfully, get your ass back in the truck." Fair enough. I listened, he was right. My self-preservation instincts are not the best. Neither of us said another word until we were back on the paved highway. No more scenic overlooks for us. Darkness settled fast. The GPS estimated another hour before we'd reach our motel. About 20 minutes later, we rounded a bend and saw something standing in the middle of the road. Thank you, Dina. At first, I thought it was an elk. Or maybe a horse. But as we got closer, I realized it was far too broad to be either. Thanks, Winter. Ben slowed down to almost a crawl as we got closer to it. And the animal didn't move. Then, we could see clearly that it was a bull. An enormous black bull. Its horns stretched so wide they nearly reached both lane markings. Lovely. Kim. It wasn't wandering. It was just standing perfectly square in the center of our lane. Ben gently honked the horn. Nothing. Another honk. Still nothing. It simply stared directly at us through the windshield. Its eyes reflected no light. Ben muttered that we needed to go around, but there wasn't much shoulder. But there seemed to be just enough room to squeeze by. Ben slowly steered to the left. Then the bull turned its head. Not its body, just its head. Like it was tracking us. We edged further around it, and when my window came alongside its shoulder, I could finally grasp how massive it was. Its back was level with the hood of the truck. Ben accelerated, and we cleared it. Jade. Both of us instinctively looked in the side mirrors. And there was no bull anywhere in sight. Just empty pavement for miles. We both just looked at inadequate shoulders. Kim, we both just looked at each other and laughed like, are we tripping right now? And if we are, at least we're going through this together. Neither of us spoke for a while after that, our heads spinning with the surreal experience we had so far. Then Ben finally broke the silence and said, "We actually saw that, right?" I nodded in disbelief, and then I scooted over to lean my head on his shoulder. And then we just rode for a while in silence. When you go through something unexplained with someone, you turn to each other for comfort to help one another not feel so insane. It creates a special bond. About 30 minutes later, the truck lurched, and the steering wheel jerked violently. Flat tire, great. Ben managed to pull onto the shoulder without rolling the rim, skillfully, I might add. And neither of us were thrilled about changing a tire in complete darkness, but we didn't really have a choice. Ben grabbed the jack and I held my inadequate flashlight. Thank goodness he knows how to change a tire, because I do not. And then we realized the tire wasn't punctured, it had been shredded. Long parallel cuts. Almost as though someone had dragged giant claws around the sidewall. Ben crouched lower and he pointed underneath the truck. There were fresh footprints, not human. 4 toes, long claws. What looked like a peg leg print. Each print was nearly twice the size of my hand. They didn't approach the truck. They came out from beneath. I remember that detail because it made absolutely no sense. The prints began directly under the rear axle and then hobbled away into the desert. How? Ben quickly got the spare tire put on, and we both climbed back inside. Then he tried starting the engine and nothing. It is, Jade, it really is. The truck was dead, but the dashboard lights remained on and the battery was fine. It simply refused to crank. Then something bumped the underside of the truck. Not hard, just enough to make the floor vibrate. Another bump closer to my door. Then another, moving around us. Whatever it was stayed below the windows, so we couldn't see it. We could only hear it scraping against the frame. Ben leaned over and made sure my door was locked. And we both huddled together in the middle of the truck seat as far from the windows as possible. Neither of us took our eyes, Priscilla. Neither of us took our eyes off the windows. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. And then I noticed movement in my passenger mirror. Something low and black running alongside the truck. It disappeared before I could focus on it. A second later, it flashed past Ben's mirror. I saw a little peg leg. And then it flashed past mine. It was fast and circling. It kept staying below the window level. Almost deliberately, like it knew exactly where we couldn't see it. Then the truck rocked. Once, twice. The Jaws song. Hard enough to make the suspension creak. Ben whispered that whatever was outside was trying to tip us. The third shove lifted my side several inches. I heard gravel gliding underneath. Another hit, stronger this time. This time the truck actually shifted. And then came a sound I'll never forget. Heavy breathing, directly beneath our feet. Like something had crawled underneath and stopped to catch its breath. The jack, which Ben accidentally left beside the truck, suddenly flew out from beneath us and disappeared into the darkness. Not rolled, it was thrown. We both saw it. Jane. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The breathing, the pressure, the rocking. Nothing, just absolute silence. Ben turned the key in the ignition one more time, and the engine started instantly, like nothing had ever been wrong. We both smiled at each other and chuckled as he pressed on the gas and we hauled ass out of there. Jane. We didn't stop again until we reached civilization. Rich. I have no idea what we experienced out there in the desert. But I can't help but wonder if I'm sorry, the cow needing a CPAP is ridiculous. He said the cow needs a CPAP. Okay. I have no idea what we experienced out there in the desert, but I can't help but wonder if somewhere out there, on the lonely stretches of the highway once known as Route 666,
Another traveler is slowing down tonight after spotting something standing silently in the road, trying to decide if what they're seeing is perfectly ordinary or the beginning of the next story someone will tell about Route 666, the Devil's Highway. Because, sir, this is a Wendy's. And that's the tale of the Devil's Highway, with a little improv about Jade and her peg leg. That was fun, lovely. And that's why Jade picked it, because she was like, it'll be fun. She's like, we'll have fun with it. I was like, okay. Good choice. Thank you, Michelle, for the best dressed. I love that dress. It's so pretty. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the next poll. And these are some good titles. Just you wait. Wait, why was that a laugh at your expense? You're the one that drove and got us out of there. We're laughing at Jade and her peg leg circling the car. Good night, Connor. Sweet dreams. Hi, Perry. How are you? Welcome to the porch. Priscilla, that's cute.
All right, guys. The next pull is ready. We have Not My Kid, Not My Problem. Stomp the Yard. It Hurts to Be Smart. Is That a Baby in the Bush? And I Think the Fuck Not. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box. And you can vote for more than one story. And you can vote up to 50 times. Thank you. Skrilla came up with them. They're all so good. He's very clever. Michelle, if you can't see the blue box, just swipe out and come back in. Sometimes it does that, and it's just really weird. Like sometimes it just doesn't show up for people for no reason. Wait, what's the eyes for? There's what? The babies, plural. Guys, I thought Do Not Disturb worked for Instagram too, and I just keep getting all these messages from people on Instagram, and I don't know how to stop it. Oh my God. Okay, I turned it off, I think. Yeah, I silenced mine too. I put on Do Not Disturb and Instagram's still showing up. And the winner is, I Think the Fuck Not. Punky said, all those sound intriguing. It's Silly Story Title Sunday, by the way, guys, just in case you're new. You let your son choose it. He's 16, and he was like, what the fuck? Tell your 16-year-old son that I'm a weirdo. Welcome to the porch. You guys ready? Be right back. Aw, lovely. Millie, I'll screenshot it for you. Thanks, Town Car. Cats and Coffee, thank you for the dress. I love it. Alina, thanks for the Divine Fingers. Weirdest gift name, but hilarious. Phyllis, thanks for the Divine Fingers. Get ready, lovely. Phyllis, Lovely's one of my mods. My God, today. Yep, I think the fuck not. I have a fucking permit. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. Oh, wait, I have to start the music. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of Booger Hollow. Most people have never heard of Booger Hole, West Virginia. The name sounds like something made up to scare children, but it was a real settlement. Hidden deep in the mountains of Clay County. The community is long gone now. The roads faded away. The houses collapsed. The forest swallowed almost everything that remained. But the stories never disappeared. Old local accounts talk about murders, feuds, vigilante justice, disappearances, and families who seemed to vanish into the mountains. Some people claim the hollow is haunted by the original settlers. Others insist there are still descendants living deep in the woods who don't want outsiders around. I didn't know what to believe. I only knew that the area allowed primitive backcountry camping, and that I had secured permits for myself and 2 of my friends for a 3-day weekend. The plan was simple. Camp Friday night, explore Saturday, and leave on Sunday. It should have been an easy, peaceful outing. Yes, Perry. Instead, it became one of the most terrifying weekends of my life. The first sign something was wrong happened less than an hour after we arrived. We had just finished setting up camp beside a narrow creek running through the hollow. The clearing wasn't large, but it was perfect for 3 tents and a fire. Dense forest surrounded all sides. Skrilla said cheese curds. Skrilla, have you ever been east of the Rocky Mountains? Cheese curds. That's fucking Wisconsin, dude. The clearing wasn't large, but it was perfect for 3 tents and a fire. Dense forests surrounded us on all sides. Squirrel knows like nothing about the country or like anywhere that's like not cool. He's like, they're all the same over there, right? You all make cheese curds. The clearing wasn't large, but it was perfect for 3 tents and a fire. Dense forests surrounded us on all sides. I was unpacking supplies when I noticed someone standing on the ridge above camp. Yeah, Rich, for real. At first, I thought it was just another hiker. Then I realized they were just standing there watching us. Yes, Phyllis, I'll take your cookies. He wasn't moving, not hiking, just observing us. The figure was tall. The clothing looked kind of old-fashioned. And he stood among the trees, just staring directly at us. Finally, I decided to wave at him. The moment I did, he stepped behind a tree and disappeared. Okay, weirdo. About 30 minutes later, we heard someone whistle from the woods. Not a bird. It was a human whistle. Then another whistle answered from somewhere further up the mountain. And then another. The whistles moved through the forest around us. One ridge, another ridge. Then somewhere behind camp. I remember a knot forming in my stomach. It felt like people were communicating with each other about us. We continued setting up camp anyway. We had permits, and we were not trespassing. Whoever these dudes were, they weren't going to intimidate us into leaving. We were staying. By sunset, I regretted that decision. The first visitor walked into camp just as darkness settled over the hollow. He didn't emerge cautiously. He just walked directly out of the trees as if he belonged there. Exactly, Perry. Exactly. That's exactly right. Yep, thank you. The man looked to be in his 60s. His clothing was filthy. His beard reached nearly to his chest, and his eyes never blinked, not once. Rich. The man slowly looked over every piece of gear we owned. Every cooler, every tent, every backpack. Then his gaze settled on me. He said nothing, but the expression on his face was resentment. The kind of resentment someone carries for years. I introduced myself and I told him that we had permits and we had planned to leave on Sunday. He listened without reacting. Scroll up. Then he introduced himself as Bishop. Then he said something that made every hair on my arm stand up. He told us that the families didn't want us there. Not the locals, not the landowners, just the families. As if everyone should know what that meant. He stared at our campfire for several seconds before turning around and just walking back into the woods. No goodbye, no explanation. Again, okay, weirdo. Around midnight, we realized that one of our coolers had vanished. Not misplaced, gone, nowhere to be found within our campsite. We spent nearly an hour searching. Eventually, we found it sitting upright in the middle of the creek, nearly 100 yards downstream. All the food inside had been removed. Somebody had carried the cooler away while our backs were turned as we sat around the campfire. None of us had seen or heard them, and that realization was horrifying that someone could enter our camp without us noticing. The next morning, things got worse. There were fresh footprints covering the muddy ground around our tents. And it wasn't just like one or two sets. It looked to be at least 6 or 7 different people had walked through our camp while we slept. One set led directly to my tent. The prints stopped inches from where my head had been. I couldn't stop staring at them. Someone had stood there watching me sleep. That afternoon, we explored the remains of the old settlement. Most structures had collapsed decades ago. A few stone chimneys still stood among the trees. Near one foundation, we found something strange. Names carved into weathered wood. Not initials, full names. Maddox Bishop, Harper Bishop, Tanner Bishop. The carvings appeared very old, and Bishop was the name of the old man who came to our campsite. We photographed them and we continued hiking. As evening approached, we returned to camp, and the atmosphere felt wrong immediately. Our tents had been opened. Nothing valuable was stolen. Instead, all of our belongings had been rearranged. Hi, Millennials After Dark. I had fun in your live last night. The sleeping bags were moved, clothes stacked in piles, and our backpacks were empty. All of our personal items had been placed neatly around the fire circle. What the hell? People had been inside our camp again. And these people wanted us to know that they could come and go whenever they pleased. That night was when the fear truly began. Shortly after dark, figures appeared beyond the firelight. And not shadows, people. Thank you, Maison Ducha. At least 8 of them. Men, women, and children. Thank you, millennials. Lovely. Standing among the trees, watching us. The same filthy clothes. The same hollow expressions. None of them spoke, they just simply stared. Whenever we approached or tried to speak to them, they retreated deeper into the woods. Whenever we returned to camp, they came closer again. Hour after hour. The feeling was unbearable, like the hollow no longer felt like wilderness. It felt like we had camped in the middle of someone's village. Around midnight, I woke to movement outside my tent. Human footsteps. I opened the tent and froze. A woman stood beside the fire pit. Moonlight illuminated her face. Her hair hung to her waist and mud covered her bare feet. She wasn't watching the woods. She was watching my tent, watching me. For several seconds, neither of us moved. And then she smiled. Not a friendly smile, a menacing smile. So I scrambled out of my tent and I yelled at her to leave us alone. The woman just turned slowly and walked calmly back into the darkness. The others woke up when they heard me yelling. We shined our inadequate flashlights into the woods and we saw nothing. By dawn, none of us wanted to stay another night, but we were stubborn. We had paid for permits, and we had every right to be there. These weirdos were not going to scare us off, so we stayed. The final night became a siege. The people stopped hiding, and they walked openly around camp. They stood between the trees, they watched from the creek bank. Several times, they approached close enough for us to clearly see their faces. One old man repeatedly circled camp carrying an old lantern. Another sat on a fallen log for nearly an hour with a creepy smile just staring at me. Near midnight, one of them threw our firewood into the creek. Exactly, Diana. Exactly. It's on principle, dude. Then someone else dragged one of our folding chairs into the woods. Scarlett, that's funny. It was like the harassment never stopped. Every time we recovered an item, another one would disappear. Sleep became impossible, and the fear was constant. Those people seemed determined to drive us away. Just before dawn on Sunday, the entire group appeared together. More than 20 people stood there among the drifting fog. Men, women, children, entire families, watching silently from the trees. For several minutes, nobody moved, and then the rising sun touched the ridge. The fog shifted, and every single person disappeared. One moment, they were there. The next, the forest stood empty. We packed immediately. We were done. We were done when we said we were done. And as we hiked out, we took a different trail that followed an old wagon road through the woods. About an hour later, we discovered a cemetery. The graveyard sat atop a small hill overlooking the hollow. Many of the gravestones had fallen, and others leaned at odd angles. I stopped at the first stone, and the name made my stomach drop. Maddox, Harper, Tanner, Bishop. All their names. The same names that had been carved into the abandoned structure. These were the people we had seen all weekend. And then I noticed the dates. Every grave belonged to someone who had died between 1880s and the early 1900s. Entire families, rows of them. Parents, children, grandchildren. Thank you, Bone and Branch. Dozens of graves. The deeper we walked into the cemetery, I remembered all the faces from the woods. The old lantern man, the woman beside my tent. We left without speaking. I still don't know what happened in Booger Hole. Maybe we spent an entire weekend being terrorized by an isolated group of feral mountain people. Maybe the stories about the Hollow are true. And maybe the original families never really left. All I know is this. The man who first warned us told us the families didn't want us there. And at the time, I thought he meant living families. But now, I'm not so sure. And that's the tale of Booger Hollow. Oh, thank you for the sunny side up, Bone and Branch. That's cute. And thank you for the level up, Sparks. And thank you, Biker Trash. Thanks, Tiffany. Thank you, Steven. How you doing? Thanks, Perry. You too. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. Also, don't forget, guys, tomorrow I premiere a new story, 7 p.m. Live on my YT channel if you'd like to join us, but I will still be here at 10 as well. Thanks, Letta. Or Lita. Thanks, Live, Laugh, Love. Good night. Love you, girl. Good night, Fairy Witch. Love ya. Thanks, Brooke. Good night. All right, guys, it's grilled cheese time. Thank you, Griff. Welcome in. It's grilled cheese time, guys. Thank you, Phyllis. That's so cute. Oh my God. That was a cat. Oh my God. And thank you for the I like what I see. Thank you, Phyllis. That cat was so cute. Good night, Matt. It's grilled cheese time, guys. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And if you're new here, welcome in. Oh, Matt, thanks for making it rain. Love you. If you're new here, welcome in. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And yes, Griff, I don't usually have dreams, but I have dreamed one of my stories. I'm here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1, sometimes later, in the morning. I do write and record all of these myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Thanks, Millie. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. Thank you for reposting if you can. Night Owl, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Ashley, thank you for the follow and welcome to the porch. Good night, Lana. All right, guys, I will be right back with the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. And yes, Sherry, thank you. Love you. Get some rest, Sherry. Me too, Holly. Thanks for being here. Love you. Oh my God, Brooke, are you okay? How did that happen? Is it storming? Yeah, he huffed and he puffed and he blew your roof down, Brooke. Good night, Matt. Sweet dreams. Brooke said, guess I'm a little piggy. We will, Matt. You can tell them good night now. Oh my God, Millie. Oh, you didn't have to do that. You're so sweet. I love you. Thank you for staying up with me. And thanks for everybody being there with me tonight. I'm sorry, I was just very shocked by the news. I'm feeling better now, but it was just extremely shocking. I am Jade. It's 1:55 and I'm about to read the next story. I know, where's Trey been? Where's Trey been? 2 a.m. Pacific time, Jade. But guess what, Jade? When I'm in Tahoe, I'm probably going to be going on my bedtime hours in Pacific time. Just for a few days when Taylor and I have plans and stuff. And I might be with Skrilla. So I might do 10 Pacific for a few days. It's 9 a.m. for you, Holly. You can, Jade, but Tahoe's far. You can absolutely come if you want. Oh, thanks, JT. Oh, lovely, I know. But it'll only be for like, yeah, I know, Rachel, thanks. There's Trey. A backup page? What do you mean? No, it's not a backup page. Hi, Trey. No, I'm going to Tahoe to see my best friend. There's Trey. How'd you follow me? You didn't follow me before? That's weird. I know, but why did it show that? Yeah, but we followed each other. And now it says that neither of us followed each other. That's super weird, Trey. Anyway, we're glad you're back. Thanks for inviting him. Jade, you're the best. Oh yeah, I'm going to Tahoe to see my best friend for like 5 days, because 2 of those days are flying days, you know. But so I'll be there for like a week. But she has all these things planned, and I'm not sure what they are because it's supposed to be my birthday trip that got pushed back because of her movie that she's filming. So I don't really know what the schedule is going to be. But then she asked me, and she said that I should do it at bedtime for them according to her plans, but not every night. And that's about as vague as she got. So, or about as detailed as she got. So, I'll just do like I did for when I was at the WitchyCon. Remember, I was there for like 5 days, and I just went on whenever I was done with my stuff. Sometimes it was like an hour later, sometimes it was 2 hours later, and you guys were totally fine with that. So that's pretty much the only difference. Is it might just be an hour or 2 later, maybe 3 at the max. But I will just come on as soon as we're done with whatever we're doing. So it's, you know what I mean? Thanks, Justin. And yes, if you guys cannot make it, I understand. And all of the lives will be going straight to YT, so you can watch them later. But also feel free to come and snooze. You don't even have to chat if you just want to come in and snooze, because it's very late for you. But it won't be that long. And it's literally the first time I've ever changed the schedule of Porch Lore in the history of me doing this. So it'll be okay. It'll be okay, lovely. Not yet, Skrilla. Some of them. Yeah, for sure, Diana. I will. Every day I'll post on my story when I'm going to go live for that day. For sure. Of course, Diana. Of course, yeah. And make sure you guys turn on your bells. It doesn't really work for half of us, but if you turn on the bell on my profile and you click on it and you do all notifications and live notifications, it should send you a notification. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Palace Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday and my plan had been to drive straight through, 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit, trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools. Even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people? They all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. Like they weren't expecting me. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. "Yeah, the highway's a mess." She chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers." I sat down at a corner booth. The vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eye. Like they were there, but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee. Strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window, and the storm was still going. But now, the wind had picked up. I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little cup of ketchup with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once, and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile, walked over collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff. Just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register, 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered. Just once, then again, and then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze. mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back and the jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music. Not a storm. A voice. Not coming from anyone I could see. Just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest. I turned the knob. Locked. Of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside, just wind and rain and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had even been there. Except for my plate. Still warm and still half-eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in. Scrella. She raised a hand, and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled, and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it, underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot, like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second, I was inside, and the next, I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, pulled up with the seal missing, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. No neon sign. No glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No 2 Chainz. No Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rear view mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site, and I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight, and everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article. The same checkerboard floor, the same red booths, the same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore, if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little, because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. CJ, and I beat the pussy like a new song. I don't feel good, but my trigger happy. Everything get hot, get lukewarm. That was the tale of the Sycamore, night shift at Sycamore Diner. I know you wouldn't type it, so I said it for you. You know my favorite 2 Chainz lyric of all time now that we're at the end of the live? Earmuffs if you're offended easily. My favorite line is when he says, left hand on that steering wheel, right hand on that pussy. It's my favorite. I'm like, that is right. Yes, sir. Anyway, thanks for spending your evening with me, guys. Tomorrow's premiere day. Bridget, thanks for the follow. Was the 2 Chainz what did it? She's like, that's it. Instant follow. I also like Attached to Your Girl like a JPEG. That's one of my other favorite ones. He's so clever. Plus, I like a man that satisfies his woman, you know? You gotta give it to 2 Chainz. Like, okay, sir. Good night, James. Love you too. Sweet dreams. Terry said correct. And that's why it's my favorite line, because I'm like, okay. I mean, all of his songs are kind of like wooing women, if you think about it. Like, bought a new crib just to fuck you in. Like, oh, okay. Damn. What? Sir, that's a little dramatic. Thank you, Eric. Bought my boo bigger tits and a bigger ass. Yep. I mean, yeah, Diana. Louis V's in my archives. Bread up with my top down. Okay, we could just do 2 Chainz all night. Thank you, guys. Yeah, smoke strong that Popeye. That's right. So I love 2 Chainz. I love him. Love him. Yeah, strangest things for sure. I mean, I feel like 2 Chainz is everyone's vibe. Let's be real. He's clever as hell. And he's so funny and just very talented and smart. 2 chain charms got the haunted stacks. Yeah. I love that one, CJ. I love that one. The skeletons in my closet is probably dead ass rappers. Got your car out in my car and your rent in my swisher. I bust so good I miss ya. Had game so vicious. And all I get is cheese like I'm taking pictures. Yes, good night, Kuzmik. Jade, good night, Sully. Good night, Cloud Dancing. Good night, everybody, except for Matt. But not Matt Madness, Matt from Dr. Quinn. He doesn't get a good night. Oh, he is? Okay, good. Guys, we can go raid Dazza's. Dazza's live. Let's go raid him. Whoop, whoop. Scream Queen. You guys know the drill. Go raid him and say hi. I will see. Good morning, Justine. I will see you guys tomorrow if you want to join us for the premiere. And if not, I'll see you guys again at 10. And don't forget, stay spooky. Chances are, if she was acting up that I fucked once, never fucked again. She could have a Grammy and I still treat her ass like a nominee. Right, CJ? Good night. Justin, can you pin the Daz's screen name so people can know where to go? Hi, Chud. Thank you, Justin. That's who we're raiding, guys. Dazeth. We're going to go in there and go, porch raid. Yeah, he's Scream Queen, but his name's Dazza, but he has Scream Queen, but that's the @ symbol because TikTok's stupid and they allow you to make 2 different names, basically, but you can't find him under Scream Queen. You can only find him under Dazeth. Because, again, this app is extremely poorly designed. Anyway, see you guys over there. And don't forget, stay spooky.